The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 18, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Debbie Dingell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request to address the body and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, the COVID virus has impacted our senior citizens more severely than any other population. With over 1 million deaths now in the country, more than 750,000 of them are people over the age of 65. This global pandemic has also brought with it inflation as well. And people on fixed income are the people who are most hurt by inflation. Madam Speaker, those are our fellow senior citizens who are struggling now in this pandemic. Martin Luther King used to say, it's important always to recognize the fierce urgency of now, and the fierce urgency for the 65 million Americans on Social Security is that we do something now. It's been more than 51 years since Congress has enhanced Social Security benefits. This is not something the President can do by executive order, although I commend President Biden for his straightforward support of Social Security, calling it a sacred trust with the American people, and indeed it is. And now, in the midst of this pandemic, and in the midst of what's transpired with regard to inflation, our senior citizens need direct relief from Congress. Congress is the only body that can provide it. The good news is that President Biden and the House of Representatives have a bill to do just that. A bill that will enhance benefits that haven't been taken up in more than 51 years. People will see an across-the-board increase in their Social Security. People who were paying taxes on Social Security will no longer be paying those taxes. People who have gotten a COLA some years and others not will now get a COLA based on their actual expenses. There'll be no more waiting period for disability victims. There will also be the repeal of WEP and GPO, as the President of the United States has called for, making sure that firefighters and policemen and teachers all across this country will now be able, as will their spouses, receive the benefits that they richly deserve. These are consequential times that we live in, Madam Speaker, and the spotlight is upon us as we approach the summer recess. There are plans as to how to deal with Social Security, and they're pretty straightforward. The Republicans have put forward 3 plans. Rick Scott from Florida calls for ending Social Security in 5 years. The Republican study group has more than 20 specific cuts and a 21% across-the-board cut to Social Security by raising the age of Social Security recipients. For every year you raise the age, it is a 7% cut. There is no logic to the fact that people are living longer, so they should receive less. Madam Speaker, you know that in 1971, the last time Congress expanded Social Security benefits, Richard Nixon was President of the United States. A gallon of milk cost 72 cents. There has not been an improvement, an enhancement to Social Security since 1972. It took 71. It's our responsibility as a Congress to do so. The Republicans have a plan, and God bless his soul. Sam Johnson, who I admired, a Vietnam War hero, a person who had incredible integrity, put forward a plan. His plan called for cuts in order to make Social Security solvent. The Democratic plan says, no, it's time to enhance Social Security. More than 5 million people live in poverty and receive a below poverty level check from their government. It's time for us to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I wish to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, as temperatures rise, our energy grid has been less prepared to keep up with the power demands that come with this intense summer heat. Instead of investing in the coal, the natural gas, the Marcellus Shale that is under the feet of my constituents in Pennsylvania, President Biden has turned his back on my communities in order to enact Green New Deal policies that fail to meet our energy needs, fail to meet the needs that right now, in the heat of July, are expanding. It has become abundantly clear that solar panels and windmills cannot produce the power needed to keep the lights on and to keep the air conditioners humming. This failed pivot to radical energy policies that could lead to rolling blackouts and has led to skyrocketing electric bills across the country needs to be addressed right now. It is time for the Biden administration to protect our energy grid, and it is time to ensure that we are using the resources that we have right here at home to serve the American people. It is not time to turn to OPEC for additional support when we have the resources right here in America. It is time that we come together and serve the American people with the resources that are right here in America. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, on July 2nd, the President of the United States sent out this message to small business owners across America, quote, "My message to the companies running gas stations and setting prices at the pump is simple. This is a time of war and global peril. Bring down the price you are charging at the pump to reflect the cost you're paying for the product, and do it now," close quote. When I first read this message, I was perplexed. After all, the President should know that gas stations already offer their fuel at a price just slightly above what they buy from wholesalers. There is basically no room for cost savings at this final step in the supply chain. In fact, most gas stations make their money on what is sold in the convenience store and not at the gas pump. This ill-advised message does nothing to help solve the problem, but only confuses and angers small business owners who own gas stations and convenience stores. Even billionaire Jeff Bezos, called out the White House, saying that, quote, inflation is far too important of a problem for the White House to keep making statements like this. It's either straight ahead misdirection or a deep misunderstanding of basic market dynamics, close quote. I agree with Mr. Bezos. This is far too important of an issue for the White House to keep misleading the American people. Apparently, President Biden missed the lesson on economics the day they studied economics in economics class. Or maybe he's just forgotten what he learned. The bottom line is that the president needs to take this issue more seriously and stop pointing the blame at others. First it was Russia, then it was the oil companies, and now it's the gas station owners. It's only a matter of time until the president finds a way to blame this on Republicans or perhaps former President Trump. Ultimately, the buck stops at the White House, and the president must take responsibility for his anti-energy policies that have made it more and more difficult to explore and drill for oil right here under our feet in the United States. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, under the Biden administration, is so tightly wound around the little finger of union bosses that circulation has been cut off entirely. Workers and employers are getting stiffed at every turn. Under Republican administrations, the NLRB took practical measures to protect the rights of workers and job creators. The times have indeed changed. The current NLRB's radical leftward lurch proves one solitary thing. Democrats will always twist themselves into a legislative pretzel to push the progressive policies of big labor. We're seeing a concentrated effort by the NLRB to expand big labor's power. For instance, the NLRB is exhuming policies from days gone by, like the Joyce Silk Doctrine, which would allow unions to organize a workplace without ever receiving majority support in a secret ballot election. By eviscerating the secret ballot, a hallmark of democratic elections, card check makes workers more vulnerable to harassment from union organizers. Don't forget, a prominent union leader testified before the House Education and Labor Committee that union workers need workers' personal information to harass them at the grocery store or in their own home to pressure them into supporting the union. Their admission tells you all you need to know about the political hackery of unions today. The Biden-appointed NLRB General Counsel has also challenged long-standing precedent regarding employers' right to educate their employees about the downsides of union representation. General Counsel Jennifer Abruzzo believes that such efforts are at odds with the fundamental labor laws of this country. Yet this precedent was established in 1948, and no other general counsel ever found reason to challenge such a significant precedent. Coincidence? I think not. With the union cheerleader as the NLRB General Counsel, the current NLRB is hell-bent on supporting the agenda of union bosses. Abruzzo is a former union executive and is pushing radical pro-union policies. Having former union employees serve in a union regulating agency creates a clear conflict of interest. But under the Biden administration, this is the norm, not the exception. Every level of the NLRB and the Biden administration is packed with former union employees. Even his labor secretary was a former union boss who still walks the picket lines. But such actions are totally on brand for this administration. President Biden swore to be the, quote, most pro-union president, end quote, in American history, and big labor is now the kingpin of this administration. At this rate, President Biden might as well be a stooge. Republicans must work to rein in the NLRB's union zealotry. Its heavy-handed actions infringe upon the freedoms of workers and hamstring employers. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Malauulu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. President Biden has allowed the American people and Main Street businesses to suffer while his reckless spending policies continue making things even worse. With this crisis weighing heavy on us all, President and Senate Democrats are pushing to add $1 trillion in higher taxes on Main Street small businesses. That will only lead to more higher prices, wage cuts, supply shortages, exacerbating the inflation problem significantly. Instead of working to address America's inflation crisis, House Democrats will spend this week pushing for trillions more in government spending, which will only worsen America's inflation crisis further. Instead of addressing the economic crisis, Democrats are prioritizing liberal initiatives and increasing federal spending, with some accounts receiving double-digit and triple-digit percentage increases. Some of these out-of-touch woke spending priorities include taxpayer-funded abortion. Funding for FDA, the same agency that failed to prevent the infant formula crisis, is increased 10%. And partisan climate change initiatives, even though the American people are facing the highest gas prices on record. The American people don't need any of these far-left priorities. They need a responsible spending plan. They need the Biden administration to unleash American energy independence and domestic production. They need Republicans to stop the Biden administration's radical policies from driving our nation straight into another recession. President Biden's denial of inflation that his policies have created are leading the nation straight into said recession. Last week, June's Consumer Price Index score came out and revealed that the inflation has soared 9.1%. That's right, the largest 12-month increase in over 4 decades. And I kind of believe 9.1% might be a low-ball number when it gets right down to kitchen table issues that regular everyday Americans have to deal with. So even though inflation is up by 9.1%, the American people are paying far more for just about everything, such as gas, approximately 44%, airline tickets, 33%, used cars, 23%, hotels, 23%, suits, 22%, bacon, 18%, oranges, 17%, tires, 16%, furniture, 15%, milk, 15%, coffee, 14%, deliveries, 14%, bread, 14%, baby food, if you can find it, 13%, soup, 13%, cereal, 12%, eggs, 10%, dry cleaning, 10%. Then the rents on their homes and apartments and such, averaging about 30%. Now, we saw a little over a year and a half ago, lumber had gone up quadruple. It's coming back, but it's still double of 2 years ago for lumber in order to build homes and build anything else. So where are we at? These outrageous prices are making Americans' dream crush. Last July, the president claimed that inflation was only transitory, that if we continued down his administration's path, then prices would go down again. Certainly, right. Obviously, that was false. Now it's the blame game. Putin, the war in Ukraine, gas stations, or Republicans. We're not the ones doing the big spending. Inflation is indeed a tax on all Americans. It's caused by Biden and House Democrats' out-of-control spending, trillions without accountability. Small businesses can't afford the increase of input costs across the board, farmers, fertilizer, all the other things that you would use to grow something, build something, manufacture something, are driven at the core by high energy costs. That's at the base of everything, energy costs. So workers are effectively, because of all these costs, really seeing their wages cut, even though they've seen some increases on paper. The higher cost of doing everything is hurting low and middle income Americans badly. And what I hear coming out of Sacramento and out of the White House doesn't seem to be helping. It seems to be they're more focused on a handful of agenda items, the religion of climate change, which, by the way, I'll remind you again, carbon dioxide is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. So we got to get back to business of allowing Americans to do business. Produce things domestically. Let's not import all this stuff from China. We don't need their stuff. We can make it here, we can make it efficiently, we can make it more ecologically soundly with our energy than anywhere else can be done in the world. Let's put Americans back to work, and let's get the government off their back and out of their wallet. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Kevin.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, call us into your presence this day, that we with full abandon would run into your loving embrace and receive the plenteous gifts you desire to lavish upon us. What an image. Your love is so welcoming, your concern for our welfare so strong, and your generosity overwhelming. We are humbled by your grace. Held in your everlasting arms, may we find the courage to ask for your wisdom and guidance that we would receive, to seek to discern what is good and right that we may find, and to knock on doors barricaded by doubt and despair, that even these would be open to us. O God, you are the source of our every hope, the answer for all we seek, and the treasure we hope to be open to us. In this knowledge, may our joy be complete. In your loving name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskin. The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This June, the private sector added 372,000 jobs to the economy, surpassing pre-pandemic levels. I want to recognize the leadership of the Biden administration and my Democratic colleagues in Congress for taking swift action to strengthen the economy through robust job expansion. Since President Biden took office, the economy has added over 9 million jobs, and the unemployment rate has decreased from 6.4% to 3.6% after losing 3 million jobs during the pandemic. The price of oil is decreasing due to the leadership of President Biden. Despite high inflation rates, today we are seeing the strongest economy for American workers in decades. People are receiving higher wages, increased benefits, and better jobs overall. House Democrats will keep working to develop the labor market, underpin economic progress, and prioritize expanding accessible and inclusive employment opportunities for American people, because that's who we care about. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a very soothing, informed, and familiar voice in the high country in North Carolina, Tom Lanier. On July 23rd, Tom will be celebrating his 50th year on the air at WATA in Boone, a monumental milestone. In both Boone and surrounding areas, he is highly regarded as a true staple as he continues his early morning radio program without fanfare. With half a century of serving the high country, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who does not know of Tom and his commitment to keeping people informed. Tom, the service you continue to provide to our community is invaluable, and it's a testament to the caliber of person you are. Congratulations, and here's to many more years on the air. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate News Radio 600 WMT on the upcoming 100th anniversary of the station being on the air. WMT is a local news staple. The team provides informative coverage on local and national news, as well as insightful and witty on-air shows, too. Over the years, WMT has brought on diverse guests from around the country, amplified the voices of Iowans, and shared countless stories with their listeners. So thank you to the entire team at WMT for all you do to keep Iowans updated, entertained, and in the know. Congratulations again, and I look forward to WMT's next 100 years on the air. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to rise this afternoon in celebration of a 100th birthday of a member of my district. Josephine Bizarro, a resident of the High Desert, turns 100. She is the survivor of her late husband, Mr. Dominic Bizarro. They're both members of the Greatest Generation. Dominic Bizarro was a prisoner of Nazi Germany, prisoner of war during World War II. He earned a Bronze Star and 3 Purple Hearts. His wife, Josephine, was the consummate military spouse whose unwavering commitment to her husband is what saw him through those dark days in World War II. Everyone that knows her celebrates her as the epitome of what a life well lived should be, and Heather and I join them in wishing Josephine Bizarro a very happy 100th birthday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Consent to address the House 1 minute, revise extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. 1 in 4 Americans can't afford to have their basic needs met now due to high energy costs. Instead of prioritizing policies that will knock down costs and provide financial relief to the American people, House Democrats are doubling down on their woke environmental policies in this week's spending package. Far-left spending priorities include a 20% increase for the EPA. This comes right after the Supreme Court ruled that the agency needs to roll back their overreaching, self-endowed authority. Also in the package is taking away the status of biomass from our forests that are on fire all the time, especially this time of year. The biomass would be a renewable resource to help produce electricity, etc. They want to take that away, so let the forest burn. It also further restricts offshore oil and gas activities while increasing oil and gas inspection fees. At the same time, President Biden's over there begging the Saudis to send more imported oil to us. How is this going to help? Instead, the Biden administration must end the federal freeze on oil and gas leases, fast-track pending LNG export permits, and expedite approval of all pipeline and energy development. This will help regular American people with their high costs of doing business and raising their families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the honorable gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of a good friend and a remarkable Georgian, Patrick Jones. Patrick graduated from the University of Georgia in 1987 with a bachelor's degree in risk management. A loving father and devoted husband, he and his wife Kara have 2 children and reside in Blackshear, Georgia in the 1st Congressional District. Patrick spent over 3 decades of his career working at Flash Foods alongside his brother. Under their leadership, it became one of the largest convenience chains in the Southeast. It was one of the first convenience chains to establish a loyalty program, a proprietary retail pricing platform, and a robust item-level inventory management system. In 2016, Flash Foods was acquired by CST Brands and subsequently Circle K. Patrick now serves as the chairman of the board of Prime South Bank, president of the Jones Company, and president of Walker Jones Automotive Group. An agent of change, Mr. Jones currently serves as the Georgia Department of Transportation's Southeast Georgia and Southern Georgia Southern Citizens Review Panel, which was created through the Transportation Investment Act. He had previously served on the Bonafide Coin-Operated Amusement Machine Operator Advisory Board. He has truly made his mark on his community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Iowa, the official start of summer also brings the official start of county fair season. All 99 counties in Iowa have a county fair that brings together kids, families, 4-H, FFA, farmers, and the broader community for their games, fair food, arts and crafts, the showing of livestock, concerts, tractor pulls, and also car races. The amount of work young people put into raising bottle-to-bucket calves, hogs, horses, chickens, rabbits, sheep, goats, and even llamas is incredible. They take great pride in showing their animals at the fair, and they develop tremendous confidence. There's also static exhibits, which are arts and crafts. At one of the county fairs, I met Wesley, who was going into the first grade, and he showed his pencil drawings, photographs, cupcakes that he baked, and also corn for that group. He won 10 blue ribbons at the age of 6. The fair is such a great opportunity for families to get together and young people to develop the confidence they need to succeed in life. It's a wonderful summer educational opportunity packed with hands-on learning in a fun-filled week. I encourage everyone to visit a county fair in their own state, and I applaud all of our children's dedication, compassion, and work ethic. Thank you, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. In order, pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings, postpone questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-144.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 144, an act to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Director of the Indian Health Service, to acquire private land to facilitate access to the Desert Sage Youth Wellness Center in Hemet, California, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S-144 authorizes the Indian Health Service, or IHS, to purchase land in Hemet, California for the purpose of constructing a paved road that facilitates access to the Desert Sage Youth Wellness Center. IHS will then maintain the road or enter into an agreement with Riverside County, California to maintain the road. This critical legislation will expand healthcare access to American Indian and Alaska Native youth in California by ensuring that the Desert Sage Youth Wellness Center can be reached by safe roadways. Prior to 2016, Indigenous youth in California experiencing substance use disorders were forced to travel to out-of-state facilities in order to receive care. Recognizing this added barrier to quality care, IHS built the Desert Sage Wellness Center in Hemet, California. The center is notable for providing culturally sensitive treatment to Indigenous youth battling substance use disorders, and it can hold up to 32 patients at a time. Unfortunately, during the center's construction, IHS was unable to reach an agreement with adjacent property holders on the pavement and maintenance of an access road. As a result, the center is currently accessible only by a dirt road that is often washed out from heavy rainfall or is in a general state of disrepair. The center remains the sole IHS youth regional treatment facility in the state, and it's a much-needed resource to California, American Indian, and Alaska Native communities. However, the center's physical inaccessibility poses yet another obstacle to Indigenous youth seeking care. This bill will solve the issue by granting IHS the authority to acquire the necessary nearby land in order to build an operational access road. I want to thank Senator Feinstein for moving this important bill through the Senate, as well as our colleague, Representative Raul Ruiz, for championing the House version of the bill. I urge swift adoption of S-144 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. S-144 would authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Director of Indian Health Services, IHS, to purchase land from willing sellers at fair market value to facilitate access to the Desert Sage Youth Wellness Center in Hemet, California. In March 2017, IHS opened California's first youth regional treatment center in Hemet, California, the Desert Sage Youth Wellness Center, and it was designed as a co-ed inpatient facility to serve Native youth aged 12 to 17 with substance abuse and co-occurring disorders. The facility is located approximately a half a mile from a paved county road. According to IHS, a half-a-mile access road was granted under an easement from 2 landowners at the time construction began on the facility. Unfortunately, the IHS was unable to come to a purchase agreement with the landowners by the time the construction was completed. To secure access to the facility, the IHS is requesting purchasing authority since authorities previously granted have since expired for this facility. It is my understanding that this road has historically been dirt and gravel, and it can be washed out in heavy rains, thus affecting access to the facility. Once the title to the access road is acquired, the IHS can make improvements specifically to pave the road, which will provide better and safer access to the Desert Sage facility for staff, Native youth, Sinki Care, and visitors. After the necessary improvements are made, S-144 provides that the IHS can continue to own and maintain the road, or it can enter into an agreement with Riverside County, California, for the county to own, maintain, and manage the road. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, so I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, members, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 144? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rule. Mr. Gentleman,
Speaker,
South
I request
Carolina.
the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1286 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 315, H.R. 1286, a bill to establish in the states of North Carolina and South Carolina the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1286, the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor Act, introduced by our esteemed colleague, Majority Whip Clyburn. H.R. 1286 would establish in the states of North Carolina and South Carolina the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor. The Revolution National Heritage Corridor is an 8-mile wide area filled with an abundance of the Carolinas' Revolutionary War sites and historic resources, including battlefields, historic communities, farmsteads, and landscapes. These Revolutionary War sites are critical to the preservation of the Carolinas' history, as they reflect the cultural and natural environments of North Carolina and South Carolina in the late 18th century. The protection, conservation, and restoration of these sites ensures that the story of these sites is preserved so that residents of and visitors to the corridor can have the opportunity to learn from and understand its rich history. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Clyburn, for introducing this important legislation and for championing this bill on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
I yield myself, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1286, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina, which would establish the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor. The corridor established by this legislation would connect the greatest concentration of the Carolinas' Revolutionary War sites, including battlefields, historic communities, farmsteads, and landscapes. A study was conducted regarding the suitability and feasibility of designating the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor, and the National Park Service determined that the study area met each of the criteria for designation as a heritage corridor. The Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor will serve to educate the public about our national identity and the ideas of liberty, natural and civil rights, equality, and responsible citizenship. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clymer, is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call upon this august body to vote in favor of H.R. 1286, the Southern Campaign of the Revolution National Heritage Corridor Act. The American victory at Kings Mountain in South Carolina was once described by a British commander as, and I'm quoting the commander, the first link in a chain of evils that ended in the total loss of America, end of quote. When we hear the story of the American Revolution, we don't often learn of the war's Southern campaign or applaud the dramatic impact that campaign had on the Revolution. Significant American victories in the Carolinas between 1775 and 1783, such as at Kings Mountain and the Guilford Courthouse, paved the way for America's final victory in the War of Independence. Today, there are historical landmarks and battlefields that mark the rich history throughout the Carolinas. This legislation seeks to connect these sites to tell this under-recognized story and acknowledge the enduring significance of the Southern campaign on our nation's history by establishing this heritage corridor. As a former teacher and lifelong student of history, it is a personal mission of mine to increase public awareness of and appreciation for our nation's tremendous natural, historical, scenic, and cultural resources. It is my hope that the creation of this Southern Campaign of the American Revolution National Heritage Corridor will attract visitors to learn more about both Carolinas and contribute to this country and further fulfill South Carolina's lesser-known motto, prepared in mind and resources. I want to thank former Congressman John Spratt, who spearheaded this effort and secured a feasibility study for this heritage corridor back in 2006. I also want to salute and commemorate Jane Scarborough, the late executive director of the Old English District Tourism Commission, who was a tireless advocate for this project. I am proud to continue their great work and to be joined by the entire South Carolina delegation as we finally bring this legislation to the House for a vote. I commend the South Carolina Battlefield Preservation Trust for their help in forming this process and the University of South Carolina for its commitment to manage the Heritage Corridor. I respectfully ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. So I reserve.
Gentleman has the only time remaining.
All right. Well, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1286 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative. From South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2024 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 316, H.R. 2024, a bill to establish the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2024, the Southern Maryland Heritage Area Act, introduced by our esteemed colleague, Majority Leader Hoyer. This bill directs the Secretary of Interior to establish the Southern Maryland Heritage Area to preserve, protect, and restore the area along with the local coordinating entity. The Heritage Area would include portions of St. Mary's, Calvert, Charles, and Prince George's County in Maryland, with the specific boundaries to be established by the Department of Interior. A management plan would be proposed from the Tri-City Council, which is also serving as the local coordinating entity. This management plan would come no later than 3 years, after which the funds are made available to carry out this act. An inventory will also be taken because of the significance of the property. Establishing this Southern Maryland Heritage Area ensures that the land is maintained, preserved, and protected so all Americans will be able to use this space as well as to learn and understand its rich history. I again congratulate Majority Leader Hoyer for championing this bill on behalf of his constituents and urge everyone to support the bill today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2024, sponsored by Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, which would establish the Southern Maryland National Heritage Area. Southern Maryland is notable for being the home of the first English colony to pass a law granting freedom of religion, which later led to the protection of religious freedom in the First Amendment. The area also serves as home to several national historic and scenic trails, sites related to several American wars, and Project Mercury, the first human spaceflight program. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, so I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge an aye vote on this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 2024 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. South Carolina.
Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3222 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 318, H.R. 3222, a bill to establish the Alabama Black Belt National Heritage Area and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
And I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3222, the Alabama Black Belt National Heritage Area Act. This bill would establish the Alabama Black Belt National Heritage Area consisting of land in 19 counties in the state of Alabama, including Montgomery County, as a national heritage area. The region's identity is rooted in its cultural geography and historical development. During the mid-1900s, Alabama's Black Belt area gave rise to the civil rights movement emerging in the South. Montgomery County witnessed the bus boycotts in the 1950s. Dallas, Lowndes, and Montgomery counties also gave way for the famous March for Equal Rights from Selma to Montgomery in 1965, led by the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. National heritage areas leverage private funding for long-term projects that have substantial economic and environmental benefits. The protection, conservation, and restoration of Alabama's Black Belt area, in partnership with the National Park Service, will ensure that the powerful history of this area is preserved for posterity. These are stories that need to be told. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Sewell, for introducing this important legislation and championing this bill on behalf of her constituents. Urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 3222, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3222, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representative Terry Sewell of Alabama. This bill establishes the Alabama Black Belt National Heritage Area, comprised of land in 19 Alabama counties, and designates the Center for the Study of the Black Belt at the University of West Alabama as the management entity. The Black Belt region of Alabama stretches across the lower central portion of Alabama from the eastern border of Mississippi to the western border of southern Georgia. The region is recognized by many as the center of the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 1960s. Several pivotal events in the civil rights movement took place in the region, including the Montgomery bus boycott and the march from Selma to Montgomery, which helped lead to the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The Black Belt region is a special area of our country that deserves national recognition. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
And I, too, urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3222 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4404 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 321, H.R. 4404, a bill to amend the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act to designate segments of the Kissimmee River in the state of Florida as a component of the Wild and Scenic River System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4404, the Kissimmee River Wild and Scenic River Act, to direct the Secretary of Interior to amend the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act and designate segments of the Kissimmee River as a component of the Wild and Scenic Rivers system. After efforts in the 1940s to control the Kissimmee River's flow led to issues that destroyed habitats, Congress directed the Army Corps of Engineers to restore the river back to its original path in the 1990s. The completion of this project has already contributed to the return of many wildlife species and a healthier ecosystem. This bill will ensure that the restored segments of the river are preserved for future generations to enjoy by adding them to the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System. Congress created the National Wild and Scenic Rivers System in 1968 to preserve certain rivers with outstanding natural, cultural, and recreational values in a free-flowing condition for the enjoyment of present and future generations. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Soto, for introducing this important legislation and championing it on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4404, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representative Darren Soto of Florida. The Kissimmee River stretches more than 100 miles in central Florida and serves as both the headwaters for the Everglades and the main drainage route for the expansive Kissimmee River Basin. H.R. 4404, as amended, would authorize a wild and scenic river study to be completed by the Secretary of Interior. The study will confirm whether the river meets the high standards set forth in the Wild and Scenic River Act. I appreciate the majority supporting an amendment at markup to protect private property rights by clarifying that the study cannot be used as a justification for new restrictive management practices prior to Congress acting to officially designate the river as wild and scenic. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I too urge a yes vote on this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 4404 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6337 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 322, H.R. 6337, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to develop long-distance bike trails on federal land and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between the chair of the Natural Resources Committee and the chair of the Committee on Agriculture regarding this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6337, the Biking on Long Distance Trails Act. This bill would expand outdoor recreation opportunities by developing and completing long-distance bike trails and expanding mapping resources for long-distance biking on federal land. The legislation would expand outdoor recreation opportunities throughout the country and boost local economies that rely on tourism and the outdoor industry. Additionally, ensuring Americans have access to public lands is critical to the development of multiple-use management, which includes outdoor recreation, resource development, and grazing. This bill identifies long-distance bike trails on federal lands, making them easier for the public to explore and use for personal enjoyment. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Neguse, for introducing this important legislation and championing it on behalf of his constituents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6337, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representative Joe Neguse. The Biking on Long-Distance Trails, or BOLT Act, is intended to meet the needs of biking enthusiasts by increasing the number of long-distance biking trails on federal lands. The BOLT Act would require the Secretaries of Interior and Agriculture to identify at least 10 existing long-distance bike trails and identify at least 10 areas where there is opportunity to develop or complete such trails. Mountain biking is one of the fastest-growing sectors in the outdoor recreation economy, and I support identifying new opportunities for the public to recreate on federal lands. The BOLT Act will make long-distance bike trails safer and more accessible to riders throughout the country. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
We are prepared to close, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6337 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7002 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 323, H.R. 7002, a bill to authorize the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri to be illuminated by blue and yellow lights in support of Ukraine.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material in the measure under consideration. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7002, the Gateway Solidarity Act, to eliminate the St. Louis Gateway Arch in the colors of the Ukrainian flag. As we know, Russian President Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and since then the country and its people have experienced the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II, a conflict consisting of Russian attacks that have leveled Ukrainian cities, caused civilian casualties, and sparked an enormous refugee crisis. Introduced by my colleague across the aisle, Representative Ann Wagner, this bill would require the Secretary of the Interior to illuminate the Gateway Arch in the colors of the Ukrainian flag to show that we in the United States are behind Ukraine, sending a message to our friends and allies in Europe and across the globe that the American people are supportive of a sovereign Ukrainian nation. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7002 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California Research, gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7002, sponsored by my Republican colleague Ann Wagner of Missouri, would authorize the Secretary of Interior to illuminate Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri, in blue and yellow, the colors of the Ukrainian's flag. Throughout the world, international landmarks have been illuminated in blue and yellow as a sign of solidarity with the people of Ukraine. These landmarks include the Kennedy Center, Niagara Falls, the Sydney Opera House, the Empire State Building, the Seattle Space Needle, and the Eiffel Tower. In 2004, Congress enacted legislation requiring the Secretary of Interior to illuminate Gateway Arch with pink lights in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month each October. In 2015, Gateway Arch was illuminated gold to commemorate its 50th anniversary. Most recently, in 2020, Gateway Arch was illuminated purple and gold to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. The Gateway Solidarity Act, as amended, would require the Secretary of Interior to illuminate Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri in blue and yellow lights for 5 days following enactment and annually on August 24th in recognition of Ukrainians' Independence Day, until the President reports to Congress that Russia has ceased its hostilities against Ukraine. I thank Representative Wagner for sponsoring this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time. The bill's sponsor regrets that she was unable to be here today due to weather delays.
The gentleman from New Mexico Research, gentleman from California is recognized.
We're prepared to close, Mr. Speaker, so I reserve.
Gentleman from California Research, gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge an aye vote and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7002 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the gentleman from South Carolina.
Yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7025 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7025, a bill to prohibit the Director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service from funding entities that commit, fund, or support gross violations of internationally recognized human rights and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection,
Yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7025 is a bipartisan bill led by the chair and the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee. It will significantly improve the management and oversight of international conservation programs at the Department of Interior. Over the past couple of years, our committee conducted a bipartisan investigation into the role of the World Wildlife Fund, or WWF, and the Department of Interior, DOI, regarding allegations of human rights abuses at conservation parks around the world. The reports are deeply upsetting, describing decades of abuse towards indigenous and local people in the name of conservation. The committee's oversight hearing in October revealed numerous shortcomings in how WWF carries out its work and how DOI oversees grant funding in challenging locations. These allegations aren't unique. Leading voices at the UN and elsewhere have for years warned of grave abuses in the name of conservation, in large part due to the colonial-based fortress conservation model that kicked indigenous and local people off their lands to set up protected areas. International conservation efforts are critical to the success of our national security, international development, climate, and biodiversity goals. However, when investing in these goals, we must ensure common sense safeguards are in place that protect human rights. This bill does that. First, it expands human rights vetting to International Fish and Wildlife Service funded conservation projects. It prohibits Fish and Wildlife Service funds from going to armed groups that commit gross violations of human rights. Second, the bill establishes a thorough, fair, and transparent process for investigating credible allegations of human rights abuses. And third, this legislation weaves the highest human rights standards into grant contracts. This bill is common sense, it's good government, and it will make international conservation more successful, benefiting local and indigenous community members and the planet. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7025, the Advancing Human Rights-Centered International Conservation Act of 2022. This bill is the result of a bipartisan investigation on how the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's International Grant Program helped fund human rights atrocities committed by eco-paramilitary forces in Africa and elsewhere. The bipartisan investigation led to an oversight hearing at the Committee on Natural Resources last year, where we heard from expert witnesses about the need for reform in this program. The hearing and the findings of our investigation ultimately led to this bill. The fundamental concepts of this bill are agency accountability and transparency. This bill would specifically require the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to vet the human rights record of conservation groups and their sub-grantees prior to awarding the grant. The inclusion of sub-grantees is critical. Unfortunately, we have seen some conservation groups avoid taking responsibility for the actions of their sub-grantees. Experts such as Wake Forest University International Law Professor John Knox, who has extensive knowledge in this issue, recommended this reform. Mr. Knox and other witnesses and experts have been instrumental in helping the committee throughout the legislative process. The experts and bipartisan members of the committee agree that the federal government has a responsibility to ensure that American taxpayer dollars are not being spent to perpetuate human rights abuses. This bill requires the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to live up to that responsibility. This legislation is a much-needed and significant change from the status quo. This is a matter where both sides of the aisle have come together to ensure our conservation efforts do not occur at the cost of human lives. I thank Ranking Member Westerman and Chairman Grijalva and their staffs for their hard work and cooperation on this bill. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the gentlelady from New Mexico for mentioning Professor Knox. He was an outstanding witness in our hearings on this subject. And the truth is, the product of 3 years of work that's before us today was a really good exercise in bipartisan leadership. So I appreciate that. Have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, so I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge a yes vote on this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 7025 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I request yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7693.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 325, H.R. 7693, a bill to amend Title 54 United States Code to reauthorize the National Park Foundation.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection,
Yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7693, the National Park Foundation Reauthorization Act of 2022. This bill will ensure that the congressionally chartered philanthropic partner of the National Park Service can continue supporting our parks for years to come. Specifically, this bill will reauthorize federal funding for the National Park Foundation through 2030 and increase the overall annual authorization level from $5 million to $15 million. This is a smart and common sense investment in the future of our national parks. Every federal dollar requires a minimum one-to-one match with private dollars, creating a multiplying effect that reaches units throughout the entire system. After more than 100 incredible years, our national parks are more popular than ever. This means they need our support to ensure that the National Park Service can address challenges that include aging infrastructure, overcrowding, and inconsistent funding from Congress. The National Park Foundation is a key partner and ally. Innovative partnerships that leverage federal investments and private donations help our parks thrive, and I'm proud to support this bill today so that the Foundation can keep serving this important role. Later this week, we'll consider the Interior Appropriations legislation, which includes vital funding for the National Park Service. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee for developing a bill that includes a robust investment in our national parks, and I hope that Congress can keep making sound investments that ensure the National Park Service continues to thrive throughout its second century and beyond. I'd also like to thank our colleague, Ranking Member Westerman, for introducing this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7693, the National Park Foundation Reauthorization Act of 2022. This bipartisan bill has the support of 51 co-sponsors. This bill will leverage private investment and innovative public-private partnerships to reduce the $21.8 billion deferred maintenance backlog at our national parks and address pressing issues like park overcrowding. Very importantly, the foundation is required to provide a dollar-for-dollar match with private funds for their federal appropriations, and federal funds cannot be used by National Park Foundation for overhead, administrative expenses, or land acquisition. In 2016, Congress passed the National Park Service Centennial Act, which authorized the National Park Foundation, the official charitable partner of the National Park Service, to receive up to $5 million in discretionary annual appropriations annually through fiscal year 2023. The foundation utilizes its federal appropriations to work with local partners and leverage private investment to achieve the greatest impact possible. The foundation works together with the National Park Service to identify projects, including rehabilitating trails, visitor centers, and other facilities, expanding youth access, and conserving park habitat. To date, the foundation has routinely exceeded the minimum one-to-one required match and has more than $20 million worth of projects awaiting funding in the pipeline. Since first receiving an appropriation in fiscal year 2018, the foundation has funded more than 100 projects in 32 states and 2 territories. By the end of next year, the foundation plans to have funded projects in all 50 states and multiple territories. This bill builds on the National Parks Foundation's success by creating additional opportunities to encourage even more private funding for the parks. I urge adoption of H.R. 7693 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge a yes vote and yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass Bill H.R. 7693? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules to pass H.Res. 1130, expressing the support for the sovereign decision of Finland and Sweden to apply to join the North American Treaty Organization, otherwise known as NATO, as well as calling on all members of NATO to ratify the protocols of accession swiftly as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1130, resolution expressing support for the sovereign decision of Finland and Sweden to apply to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, as well as calling on all members of NATO to ratify the protocols of accession swiftly.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and extraneous material on House Resolution 1130 as amended.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Chairman Keating's resolution expressing support for the sovereign decision of Finland and Sweden to apply for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also known as NATO, and calling on all members of NATO to swiftly ratify the protocols of accession. Since Russia's invasion in February of this year on Ukraine, the world has changed. The attack on the Ukraine has been watched as Vladimir Putin ordered his military to march through Ukraine, brutally attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure. It's exceptionally clear that his senseless aspirations, imperial aspirations, go far beyond the Donbass and even the Ukraine in its entirety. As a matter of fact, he has stated such. In response to our transatlantic allies and partners have had completely to rethink, as is clear, the security postures and tighten our ranks to counter global challenges. In response to the Russian Federation's unthinkable aggression in Ukraine, Sweden and Finland, both long-term security partners of the United States
and NATO as a whole have made a sovereign decision throughout their countries, a decision to apply for NATO membership. This did not come about easily or automatic. Finland and Sweden's ascension to the NATO, though, I think represents, and Chairman Keating believes, a strong, unified message against Putin's aggression in the Ukraine. And this would support peace and the values that we all adhere to in the NATO alliance. Finland and their Sweden militaries are already equipped with modern technology and weapons, and some have already delivered, in fact, to Ukraine, are fully inoperable with NATO systems, which makes them a good fit. Additionally, NATO's land border with Russia will now allow significantly more territory, thereby acting as a greater deterrence to Russian threats and aggression. Their ascension will also bolster NATO's capabilities in the Baltic Sea region, building on the capabilities already of our Baltic partners, as well as Poland, who have each been steadfast in their commitments to countering Russian aggression and responding to this grave humanitarian crisis that is Russia's responsibility, and Russia's responsibility solely on their part. For this decision, Finnish President Niinisto has rightly said, Vladimir Putin looks in the mirror and he has only himself to blame. Putin's entire warfighting efforts, the bombings, the airstrikes, the ground movements, have been counterproductive. Instead, Putin and the military of the Russian Federation, as I have said and many others, have committed war crimes, forced Ukrainians from their homes into filtration camps, deported faraway Russian terrorists, and single-handedly instigated the largest humanitarian crisis in Europe since World War II. And despite his goals of dividing the transatlantic alliance, Putin has instead united us more resolutely than ever before against his attempt to spread hate and violence across the globe and to create more division. Clearly, that's been his goal, and it's been his goal for years. In addition, individuals from around Europe, most notably Central Europe, have welcomed those fleeing violence in Ukraine in their own homes, in Poland and Romania and many other European countries. It's really an incredible humanitarian effort that these Central European countries have engaged in. And it's been heartening. It's been heartening for the entire world to see. Bearing the events of the last few months in mind, this resolution expresses not only the support for Finland and for Sweden's monumental decision to apply for NATO membership. Furthermore, this resolution echoes that the leadership role that this Congress and this administration have taken in uniting the transatlantic alliance in the world in support of Ukraine. This did not happen overnight. President Biden last year began working closely with our NATO allies, sharing intelligence, working together to build on that alliance, including, more recently, we in Congress providing over $50 billion in support for Ukraine's warfighting effort and the immense humanitarian crisis that has resulted. These funds have been crucial in ensuring that Ukraine can continue their fight, and it has provided leadership for our other European allies to do the same. A fight for democracy, a fight for freedom, is a fight that Ukrainians must win. This is the test of our time. And President Zelensky has stood up, reminding all of us that the price of freedom is not free. And those brave Ukrainian people, how much they have done to show the entire world that they stand for their sovereignty. However, this resolution would not have been possible without the bipartisan support of many of my colleagues who have long supported the NATO allies, like Congressman Turner and so many others. This includes the lead on this resolution. Chairman Keating, as well as the lead original co-sponsors on this resolution, House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee, and the European Ranking Member Brian Fitzpatrick, as well as Representatives Eric Solwall and Representative Van Wagner, as well as Representatives Conley and Turner, again, of NATO, and the Parliamentary Assembly. In addition, I'd like to thank all of the chairs of the House Finland and Sweden caucuses for signing on as original co-sponsors of this legislation. And finally, I'd also like to thank specifically Chairman Minks and Ranking Member McCall of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, who have been united in these efforts over the recent months. I also want to express my gratitude to Leader Hoyer and Chairman Meeks for allowing this resolution to move so swiftly into the floor expeditiously. Through this resolution, the House will loudly and clearly welcome Finland and Sweden into the NATO alliance, a clear sign of transatlantic unity in response to Vladimir Putin's brutal ambition. I was there in February in Brussels 2 days before the invasion, and I've never seen NATO as united, perhaps since the Cold War. The fact is that we have a strong history, and we have an opportunity to bolster the strength of this military alliance, as well as the democratic resolve of their governments. So in a spirit of unity and recognition of Finland and Sweden as long-term friends of the United States, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, reserves. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to thank Representative Costa, who I'm very proud to serve with him on the board of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We look forward to recognizing and accepting a full delegation of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly from both Finland and Sweden. Vladimir Putin launched his unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine and the inhumane assault on innocent civilians, thinking that he would be able to divide the NATO alliance. He was mistaken. Instead, Finland and Sweden responded by dropping their policies of military neutrality and applying for NATO membership. As NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg put it, Vladimir Putin wanted less NATO, and now he's getting more NATO on his borders. Finland and Sweden will both be significant security providers for NATO. This bipartisan resolution supports ratifying the accession of Sweden and Finland to NATO. Having served as the president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, I understand the fundamental role this organization plays in defending democracies and supporting freedom. Finland and Sweden's strategic location in Northern Europe, advanced militaries, and decades of fighting alongside the U.S. and NATO mean that their accession will immediately strengthen the transatlantic security. Finland and Sweden have well-trained armed forces, sophisticated modern weapon systems, and have committed to allocating 2% of their gross domestic product to defense spending. Both militaries are highly interoperable with NATO forces, having participated in numerous NATO-led operations from Afghanistan, Iraq, Bosnia and Herzegovina to Kosovo. Meanwhile, Finland has finalized its purchase of F-35 fighter jets from the U.S. in a $12 billion deal. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, which calls on all members of NATO to ratify Sweden and Finland's protocol of accession swiftly. Finally, for the alliance to be credible, every nation must do its fair share. The resolution also urges members of NATO to meet their 2% defense spending pledge. President Trump successfully pushed our NATO allies to spend more on defense. Putin's invasion has been another motivation to convince our allies who had not been living up to their military commitments to NATO to increase their defense spending and make concrete plans to reach the 2% requirement. A strong and united NATO is in the United States' interest. With Sweden and Finland as members, the balance of power in Europe will be tipped against Putin. I support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House of Representatives, the gentleman from Maryland, the Honorable Steny Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend, Mr. Costa, for yielding this time. I thank my friend, the ranking member, Mr. Turner, for his role in bringing this to the floor. Mr. Speaker, as has been said over and over again, Vladimir Putin made a terrible strategic and tragic miscalculation
by illegally invading this sovereign and democratic nation of Ukraine. His false justification for that invasion was the supposed threat posed by NATO expansion. His other false claim that Russian Ukrainians were being terrorized and threatened. Neither of those allegations was true. And now his actions, have led directly, as Mr. Turner just pointed out, as Mr. Costa had pointed out, the opposite of what he intended. And that is, we are going to be adding two extraordinary members of the European community, two countries that have shared our values, our democratic values, our nation of laws values, our humanitarian values with us for literally over half a century. Together, Finland and Sweden will add substantial capabilities to NATO's collective defense and make the Baltic region much more secure against Russian aggression. But much more than that, they will add value because of their values to our alliance. And Mr. Speaker, I was in Denmark in April, meeting with senior officials, and I can attest that the addition of Finland and Sweden to the NATO family will create a Scandinavian bloc: Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, within NATO that would be more than the sum of its parts, significantly contributing to the peace and stability of Europe and to the security of all NATO nations, including the United States. As I've said before, we must ensure that Putin's invasion will result in a strategic defeat for Russia. I pause, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize that point. Vladimir Putin must not win this war, not only for the sake of the Ukrainians and their extraordinary bravery and the bravery and leadership of Mr. Zelensky, their president, but because the free world needs to send a very strong and clear and unmistakable message that tyranny will not prevail. We must send a message to dictators around the world that this action is unacceptable and will be opposed to victory by the free world. We must defend the hard-won principle in international laws and norms that a nation cannot simply invade and seek to conquer territory from a neighbor by force. That was accepted for centuries, indeed millennia. But it is not acceptable today in a world of nuclear weapons, in a world that has a United Nations that stands for the principle that no nation can by force take the land of another nation. I want to thank Representative Keating for his leadership on this resolution. Mr. Speaker, I hope we can all come together, Democrats and Republicans, as I think we will, in a resounding, unanimous vote to show our support not only for Ukraine, which we have demonstrated over and over again by vote of this House, but also for our new NATO allies, the people of Finland and Sweden. I want to thank the Prime Minister of Sweden, Magdalena Andersson, and the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, for their leadership in taking what is in many respects a courageous stand. The Finns, of course, have a very long border with Russia. They believe, correctly in my view, that their security is contingent, and that is why they are joining NATO. And as we have reiterated time and time again, this House is committed to honoring Article 5 of the NATO Charter. Mr. Chairman, this is a good resolution that will stand us in good stead as a nation and as a global community. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I was unable to hear. Did the gentleman reserve or
gentleman
did he yield?
reserved. Gentleman from California.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for the time, and I reserve the balance of my time, and I will close at this time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I would like to thank Representative Keating and Representative Costa for their work on this resolution. I also want to thank Majority Leader Hoyer for his comments in support of NATO and in support of Ukraine. This certainly, the crisis that is occurring there is an impetus, I think, for our moving quickly and in support of this resolution. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee will consider the accession protocols for these two countries in the next week. This vote is an opportunity for the House of Representatives to demonstrate their support for Finland and Sweden's NATO membership. This support should be overwhelming. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. In the face of Vladimir Putin's aggression, it is critical that the United States Congress speaks with one voice in strengthening NATO, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, I want to thank Ranking Member Turner for his leadership and for his support of our common alliance and our defense in these critical and dangerous times that we are living in. I want to reflect on why I think this resolution is so important, and it's an inflection point that Chairman Keating and so many of us feel with regards to global history. As I said, this is a test of our time as to whether or not democracies can be willing to stand together for the common values we share, for the rule of law, for a rules-based economy, and for all the freedoms we cherish that we share in common. Simply stated, this is a choice about good and evil. For the first time in 8 decades, we have seen a full land invasion in Europe, instigated as a resulting in an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. Think about this. The alliances that we've created post-World War II, beginning with the Marshall Plan and then NATO and the European Union and everything that has followed since that, has resulted in one of the largest peacetime periods in Europe in over 1,000 years. Think about that. And what we have also obviously learned the hard way is that these unconscionable crimes committed against the Ukrainian people, I think, constitute a form of genocide. I said in a speech several months ago that in my view, after Bucha, President Putin should be considered a war criminal, and all that have been involved in these horrific crimes that we've seen committed and we see daily. Hospitals, schools, apartment buildings, innocent children and citizens being attacked. So the brave men and women of Ukraine and their leadership, President Zelensky, has reminded us once again that we who share the common values of democracies must stand together. We are at the front lines in this fight for freedom, and Ukraine today is sadly paying the heavy price. But they've demonstrated an importance to all of us of unity in face of Putin's catastrophic and violent attack. They have demonstrated why our support matters, and it does. And crucially, they have proven that without a doubt, as was said by my colleague and friend, Congressman Hoyer, that democratic values will prevail over an authoritarian ideology, and that's why we must ensure that Putin fails in his war of aggression. Finland and Sweden, historically, and the sovereign decision to apply for NATO membership creates an echo of transatlantic unity on this issue and on this resolution, and represents strong bipartisan support here in Congress for Ukraine. And I thank my colleagues on the other side. Chairman Keating leads this NATO resolution in response to the alliance, our transatlantic alliance, that have stood up to the aggression of Russia in face of unprecedented, unprovoked aggression, and we have come together to do the right thing. To my colleagues in the Senate, who will be taking up these articles of accession shortly, I urge you to demonstrate full support for Finland and Sweden to join NATO alliance. As to my colleagues in this chamber, I urge your support as well. This resolution so conceived so that the United States government can speak with one voice in the resolute support of our Nordic allies and unwavering support for Ukraine's fight for freedom and their democracy. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker, the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1130 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, gentleman from South Carolina.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will come to order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, to suspend the rules and agree to H-Res 1130 as amended, on which the yeas and the nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title, please.
House Resolution 1130, resolution expressing support for the sovereign decision of Finland and Sweden to apply to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, as well as calling on all members of NATO to ratify the protocols of accession swiftly.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Salazar of Florida's 27th District, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Salazar will vote yea on House Res 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Desjardins of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Desjardins will vote yea on H-Res 1130. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
This is the only one.
Yeah. You're welcome. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rocano of California, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H-Res 1130.
Yeah.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Mann of Kansas, I inform the House that Mr. Mann will vote yea on H-Res 1130.
Is Utah coming down too? Or? For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote yea on H-Res 1130.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on H.R. 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote yea on H-Res 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yes on passage of H.Res. 1130. As the member designated by Mr. LaTurner of Kansas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. LaTurner will vote aye on passage of H.Res. 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following members have been designated by the following members that will vote yes on H.R. Resolution 1130. Lawson of Florida, Bowman of New York, Brown of Maryland, Rush of Illinois, McCormick of Florida, and Wilson of Florida.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania and Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker and Mr. Jacobs will vote yes on H.Res. 1130.
think we got someone. Is Robin doing something from Illinois? Oh, she's had to hold them. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Veazey of Texas and Ms. Demings of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Lewarski from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Lewarski will vote yea on Resolution 1130. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Sean Cass of Illinois, I'd like to inform the House Mr. Cass will vote yea on House Resolution 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Miller of West Virginia, I inform the House that Ms. Miller will vote yes on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joe Wilson from South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote yea on House Res 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
As a member designated by Richie Torres of New York, I inform the House that he will vote yes on House Resolution number 8.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Ledger Fernandez, Castro, Bass, Swazi, and Grijalva, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRS 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, Representative Nakima Williams, Troy Carter, Frank Mervan, and Don McKeacham, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on HRes 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter of the great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on H.R. 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Foster, and Ms. Houlihan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes. As 1130.
Getting there. Oh, okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on HRes 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, is the member designated by Representatives Chantel Brown, Deutsch, Moulton, and Lawrence. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRes 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Peter Welch, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRes 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Letlow of Louisiana, I inform the House that Ms. Letlow will vote yea on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Mr. Higgins of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, I inform the House that she will vote yes on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Ms. Frankel, Ms. Mang, and Ms. Trahan, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1130.
Gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Speaker Tonko is the member designated by Mr. Liu, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Yarmouth, Mr. Boyle of Pennsylvania, Mr. Kind, Mr. Schiff of California. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cleaver, I inform the House that Mr. Cleaver will vote yes on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote yea on HRES 1130.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar from Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote yea on H.R. 1130.
Vote. The yeas are 394. The nays are 18. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 3287.
The gentleman's request is accepted.
Where are my scripts and whatnot? Okay. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. All right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and accept my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a recent milestone in my home state of North Carolina. CNBC just recognized North Carolina as America's top state for business in 2022. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan and the bipartisan infrastructure law, North Carolina's economy persevered through the pandemic and is continuing to grow rapidly. Major companies like Toyota and Boom Supersonic Jets are building innovative manufacturing operations in North Carolina's 6th District, proving that we have what businesses want. With a well-equipped workforce, investments in infrastructure and research, and stellar institutions of higher education, it's no surprise that North Carolina is garnering national recognition for its business-friendly climate and strong economy. I thank Governor Cooper for his leadership. I will continue to work with our elected officials and businesses to ensure that North Carolina remains the strongest economic state in the country. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Ruth M. Smith Center in Sheffield, Pennsylvania for 100 years of service to their community. The Ruth M. Smith Center has been supporting the community of Sheffield since 1922, when the Smith family gave their home to the Women's Society of Christian Service. Since then, the home has served as an orphanage, a daycare preschool, and as a personal care home for adults with intellectual or physical impairments, as well as the older adults. The center is a staple of the Sheffield community as it continues to provide support and assistance to those who need care beyond the basic necessities of food and shelter. As a nonprofit organization, the Ruth M. Smith Center is able to support those who cannot afford the cost of care through donations by individuals, churches, and state grants. Madam Speaker, the Ruth M. Smith Center is a testament to the power of community groups to uplift those most in need of support. It is a privilege to congratulate them on their continued service to Sheffield, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House and rise and extend for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I hold in my hand, Madam Speaker, the interim report 2022, Investigative Committee on the Robb Elementary School shooting. Tragically, I was there within days of the shooting in May. And tragically, I got to listen to parents whose children bled out. All of us know the story of a little girl who smeared blood just to have them think she was dead. Part of what this report says, at Robb Elementary School, law enforcement responders failed to adhere to their active shooter training, and they failed to prioritize saving the lives of innocent victims over their own safety. There was no command post, as this report says, and there was no point of command. But really, I think what is important is that we're due for federal involvement, as I have called. It is time now to give answers to our community. And let me simply say, the words that struck me in this executive summary: we recognize that the impact of this tragedy is felt more profoundly by the people of Uvalde in ways we cannot fully comprehend. Their children are dead, and we have no answers. And there are people who fail to save the children's lives. I call for congressional investigation and hearings so that we can give them solutions and not just concerns. They need, because their children's lives
Gentlewoman's time
are
has
lost.
expired. For what purpose does a gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to discuss yet another disastrous economic record for the Biden administration. Inflation has hit 9.1%. Grocery costs are up. Gas prices are up. Nearly every essential item for living is up. The Biden administration's failed economic policies and congressional Democrats' unchecked spending has put our economy on the verge of recession. In Kentucky, citizens are paying twice as much at the gas pump as they did last year. In fact, Kentuckians have seen a 50% increase in gas prices since last year and a diesel increase of 84%, which is detrimental to the farming industry. Farmers are at their breaking points. The USDA recently reported that farm expenses are expected to rise by over $20 billion next year alone. I'm hearing from constituents in Kentucky's 1st District who are deeply concerned, rightfully so. Farmers are saying it's costing thousands of dollars more per day to keep their farm equipment operational due to the skyrocketing prices of diesel. This is unsustainable. On top of inflation, it's clear that President Biden has made diminishing American energy a top priority. Madam Speaker, Americans are in trouble. No matter how hard Democrats try, Congress cannot spend their way out of this problem.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last month, the extreme and radical wing of the Republican Party and the Supreme Court took a dangerous and detrimental strike against women's reproductive rights by overturning Roe v. Wade and dismantling decades of health care and privacy protections. And they are not stopping there. In his opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas threatened American women that the Supreme Court will no longer protect the right to birth control. Nearly all women in the United States use contraceptives at least once during their lifetime, and an estimated 65% of women use a form of birth control every single day. This is but another egregious component of the radical Republican agenda to restrict women's rights and the fundamental right to her bodily autonomy. This is why I am supporting the Right to Contraceptive Act, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes to protect access to birth control. House Democrats will not be deterred in the fight for the health, safety, and reproductive freedom of women and every American.
Has expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this weekend President Biden took a trip to Saudi Arabia with the purpose of asking Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to increase oil output. News reports are saying that the president might have come home empty-handed after the Crown Prince informed the president that Saudi Arabia is already close to reaching maximum output. I don't understand why the president would go through all this hassle when we have what it takes to increase oil output, lower prices, and reemerge as the energy-independent country we were under President Trump right here at home. The president could have saved time and taxpayer dollars by taking a trip to Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma. Unfortunately, as long as the Biden administration continues to implement more regulations and restrictions on investments in the oil and gas industry, we will continue to be at the mercy of foreign countries and their dictators. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute, advise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. As we stand here today, Vladimir Putin continues his unconscionable assault on the sovereign nation of Ukraine, displacing millions of families and killing thousands of innocent civilians. In response to this horrific assault, my home state of Missouri has projected the colors of the Ukrainian flag onto our state capitol, as well as landmarks in both St. Louis and Kansas City. My bill here today will illuminate the Gateway Arch, the defining structure of the St. Louis skyline, as a symbol of pride for the people of St. Louis, Missouri. It will also show the world that we stand united in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. With the support of the entire Missouri delegation, I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman for Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to make a unanimous consent request to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, in the midst of all the talking about the love affair the Democrat Party has with abortion and talking about Ukraine and making another vote there, I'm afraid the press isn't going to pick up on the numbers that have just been released for border crossings of illegal immigrants or people we have not appropriately vetted for June of 2022. It is a hot month in Mexico and hot month on the border, so the numbers are not as great as the prior month. But compared to other Junes, one more time we set a record and are doing nothing about it. If you look 2 Junes ago, June 2020, a total of about 11,000 people were allowed in this country. Last June, we shot up from 11,000 to 79,000, and this June, we're at 142,000. 142,000 in 1 month, records again in June, the number of people crossing the border. And all this body can talk about is Ukraine and abortion. It's time to talk a little bit about the future of the country and ask what the Biden administration is doing to stop this invasion. Thank you. I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.